So we are ready to go again. And this is the first panel of today. So now I'm joined, to remember the introductions properly this time, I'm joined by Mai Horn from UKK, Unge kunstnere og kulturarbeidere. No, unge kunst.
UKK Organization for Artists
And curators.
Art Mediators.
And yes, sorry. So here's Mai Horn from UKK and Gabriel Paré from Verdensrommet. Yes? Okay, thank you. I'll try also to keep the mic closer to my mouth. So we'll start again with my horn from UKK and Gabriel Paré from Verdensrommet, an artist-powered collective and resource group for artists with non-EU citizenship living in Norway. And Simona Barbera from Art Workers Italia, recently started Artist Union in Italy. And all of these, all of your organizations are much younger, of course, than UKS, and they're also, but they're also all political organizations, or organizations that deal with cultural policy in some way. And UKS hasn't really always been an organization like that. So I thought I'd introduce this panel with an anecdote that I heard, just because I've always been interested in this moment in UKS's midlife, so to speak, like as UKS approached its 50th anniversary in the late 1960s. There was a market shift in the organization that's also noted in the book, and that we will hear more about later today. But what happened was that artists became more politically conscious and wanted to organize more, is the story that's often told. And I asked about this in a conversation with Britt Fuglevåg, who's one of the artists in the exhibition that's coming to Kunstnernes Hus. And I wondered like how they got the idea that this social club and exhibition space that was UKS could be sort of reformulated into a union or an organization sort of inspired by the labor movement. And she told me this story that it really came from her working at the School of Arts and Crafts in Oslo, which was run like a lot of artist organizations at that time, and maybe it's still a part of our field. It was run on a very ad hoc basis, and there were few contracts and written agreements, and teachers were paid at the end of the week if they had put in any work, and if they hadn't, there wasn't really much to keep them to doing their job. And that also went for all the staff at the school, and notably the live models, or the nude models that were used throughout the year. So at the School of Applied Arts, there was a model named Lotte, who was employed throughout the school year, but that's of course only 8 months of the year, and she wasn't paid for the rest of the year, and it was hard to find work or to have an income, and there was not much understanding from the director of the school, or they were all artists and sort of used to these living conditions. But Britt thought that this is not a way to have a proper work life, and it's also not something that should happen in a state-run institution like a state college. So they got NTL, the Union for State Workers, part of LO, involved, and they got two union representatives to join with Lotte at the meeting in the Ministry of Education. And there they met a bureaucrat who had very little understanding for the problems of all this. Like, why do art students need to draw from a live model at all? Like, why can't they just find like a fruit basket and draw bananas or something? And Lotte was like horrified and started crying, and she said, "I am not a banana." And the meeting deteriorated, and the two people from LO got up and they said, "This is not like a way to treat your employees, and if you don't fix this, we are going to go on a general strike." And And then the bureaucrats were like, okay, we don't want any more trouble. So they sorted this out, and both Lotte at the School of Applied Arts and Maurice, who was a model for a long time at the Art Academy, got proper contracts, like full-time employment, and were of course very happy about this after. And Britt thought going out of that meeting that, is it that easy? Is that all it takes? You're organized and you go to the meeting and you come with your demands. And they started talking about this, like this could be a way forward for the artist organizations when by representing the members in cultural policy. So we will hear more about these developments later today, I think also through the 70s and 80s, where cultural policy in Norway has been shaped by artists very much. And I think that's still like a big inspiration, that these changes can come from just artists organizing themselves. And I think it's inspiring to us here in Norway, but I think it's also can serve as an inspiration for other organizations. And I think also vice versa, that all of these organizations here in Norway and around Europe are similarly inspiring for putting artists' working conditions on the political agenda. So we will have some short presentations from each of you now, and then we will have about a half an hour to discuss, and also to get comments from all of you out there. So would you want to start, Mai?
Hey everyone, my name is Mai Horn and I'm chair of UKK, that is the Danish Organization for Artists, Curators and Art Workers. And I have these 5 minutes to give you a super short introduction. So I think I will do it by introducing 4 key working methods we are using in our organization. Let's go. So the first key working methods we have is to be a platform for knowledge sharing and knowledge production. This is just one example from last year, where we did a 2 days program with talks and debates and a video program showing different kinds of film. And it was about how to work together during pandemics and other crises. This is some images from it. And when we do these platforms meetings, it's both public and sometimes it's also for our members. We have around 440 members. Usually it's public, so everyone is welcome. Then another working method we have in our organization is to be a collective voice, you can say. During Corona lockdown, it was very clear to us that the politicians in Denmark, I don't know if the same here in Norway, but that the politicians didn't know much about just how it is to be an artist or freelance curator. We really need to learn and teach them and have more conversations about what we are doing simply. So that is one thing we are doing this with being a voice, telling how it is to be an artist and curators. And we are doing that by doing public letters, having meetings, and also back to this with doing seminars just to produce knowledge and sharing it. So we do quite a lot to engage and involve the politicians in Denmark. So this example is just a recent press release we were sending out about an exhibition at a Polish art museum where there was 2 Danish artists and curators involved, and we found it to be extremely racist. So this is just one example about how we spent or used the organization as a voice on these matters. And this is another key working method, which is to produce tools you can use as an artist, the art workers. This is a tool we came up with last year together with other art organizations in Denmark. And that is, it is a tool you can use when doing exhibitions, where it's a suggested minimum fee you should have. So yeah. And the idea is that every second year we will look at it and hopefully increase it, do it even better. But we are doing different kinds of tools like this. And then the last key work I want to introduce you for is like our more long-term projects, our missions. So within the board, we have this working board where we're doing a lot of things, and then we also have like other partners and collaborations going on. And we really focus a lot on diversity, how we can have that, how we can have better studio facilities in the cities, how we can be a part of the whole climate change, how we can introduce and add the art sector to that. But I guess we can talk more about this in the debate, some of these missions, and I'm sure some of you have the same. Yeah, you can always contact us if you want to know more. I think that was my 5 minutes, yeah?
You want to take over, Simona?
Maybe you know how to.
Hello, my name is Simona Barbera, and I'm trying to go to the... Oops. Perfect, yes. Okay, I'm here as a small part of a large group of Italian art workers, artists and cultural workers from Italy originally, and my position is just a simple representative. I'm not part of a chair. Art Workers Italia doesn't have, at this moment, one specific representative, and our group is a sort of collective effort to sort of establishing structural change in Italy for cultural workers and artists. And everything started at the beginning of the pandemic. Actually, Art Workers Italia was founded on the second week of the hard restrictions in Italy and all over the world, but especially in a situation where many of us, artists and cultural workers, found each other on the internet to share a common kind of a sense of loss or feeling not heard a little bit, and also not being able to rely on any group or union or organizations. Therefore, we started as informal conversation and an informal group, trying to understand each other, trying to understand our position, and living and working at the same time, transnationally, so to say. So we both shared a sort of common feeling of being at the same time part of a very rich, large, structured, private-based system, and at the same time feeling very vulnerable, because we couldn't really locate our voices nowhere, except for the, I don't know, feeling lost in the internet or chats on Facebook and so on. Therefore, we used Facebook as an initial platform for there's sort of possibility of reaching many voices. And through those meetings, then we established an informal group that rooted their actions also in a long history of activism, and also participating in a discussion for many years. Therefore, Art Workers Italia started, and from an informal group slowly became an association of those voices, and with a sort of strategy that if at the beginning sounded a little bit unrooted and sort of without a centralized position, and many of us, some of us, we were living in Italy while others were elsewhere, spread out in the world, so we didn't really know how to connect. And so we started with this idea of doing researches and using our time, the expanded and extended time that we had by sitting at home in front of our computers, to understand what was going on in the country we always relied on, and also at the same time we escaped from many times. And by doing researches on something that we could easily relate by our experiences abroad. For example, my experience, which is connected to Norway, brought me to share the immense history of activism, and also at the same time organizing through a collective voice. And so all the others, part of Art Workers Italia, did the same, with a particular task of non-excluding anyone. And in fact, in a non-hierarchical way, Art Workers Italia is made of different voices that start with artists, performers, curators, assistants, curators, researchers, museum educators, art handlers, producers, lighting and sound technicians, registers, video makers and art critics, art writers, art historians, invigilators, and so on, and so on, and so on. In finding each other in this collective struggle, we also we sort of decided to use our knowledge, so spread out and not focused only in one particular profession, even though, of course, many of us are very sure about what we are doing, but at the same time, we, in a condition of being non-supported in Italy by any cultural fundings at all, or in a very small amount, we wanted to sort of create, to give voice to everything at the same time. So by following the tradition from before of the worker struggles in Italy that have been dealing with that particular position for many years. So we acknowledged them, we studied them, we also studied models from abroad, from Canada, UK, to Norway, Sweden, Denmark, everywhere. And so we challenge each other and our knowledge in order to have a sort of large and expanded overview of what we could give back to also our dignity as a worker, and especially artists and cultural workers. So in the void of the internet, and also of ours, I reached the end. The history is, even though I was only 1 year old, the backdrop story is really long, and I'm going to continue somewhere else. Sorry. Thank you so much.
Okie dokie, I think we're set. Hello, everyone. My name is Gabrielle Perret. I am a Canadian-born artist, and I'm super happy to be here today to present Verdensrommet. It's a very quick introduction, of course, but who is Verdensrommet? Verdensrommet is an artist-powered mutual support network. We are volunteer-led. This is a decentralized organization of artists across Norway. There is a network of over 200 creative professionals who are affiliated, and this is a network for specifically those with non-EU and EEA citizenships, and specifically those who are in the process of applying for workers' permits every year in order to stay in the country and to work. And just as a note, when I say creative professionals, this is very broad, of course. This can be designers, this is artists, dancers, performers. COVID-19 was sort of the precipitating factor. We were founded in March 2020 to address the precarious conditions of non-EU and EEA artists and other cultural workers. That is the meeting of these two conditions: the reality of artistic and other cultural labor, the reality of that kind of labor, which is often low paid, or you have periods of high income followed by low income, and also the dependence we have on a patchwork economy. So that is being able to work in employment and also work and invoice on your company and maybe take a job also outside of your sector. The reality is, when you're a foreign or non-EU artist in the country, the reality of the conditions of your workers permit is kind of incompatible with that. So, for example, you can't have this patchwork economy, and the income requirement, if you're self-employed, for example, is around 266,000 kroner per year. Now, that might not sound like a ton in the first place, but when you compare with what an artist in Norway will typically make on their artist activities, that's 89,000. So there's a difference that needs to be made up there. Oops. And compounding this challenge is the limited accessibility we have to social assistance. The Norwegian government provided support for self-employed workers in the country, but this we were completely excluded from. What do we do? So for the past year and a half, we have addressed immigration, economic, and labor concerns pertaining to creative professionals through advocacy, guidance, and resource creation, and network building. So maybe addressing the last two prongs of this, which is resource creation and network building, we started with a Facebook group, which was a very informal way to gather people who share this situation and kind of trade stories, trade tips and guidance, and even going so far as sharing our applications for work permits, because these can be very involved and tricky if it's the first time that you're applying. It's also a space for fielding different kinds of questions that may not always be so obvious. For example, what kind of work permit can I apply for if I got the art assistant grant, but I'm also earning an income by invoicing on my company? So that's the combination of self-employment and as well taking employment. And so the quick answer is there's no visa available for you. Advocacy. So this is a really good example of one of the more involved gestures we made. We teamed up with UKS and as well the lawyers from Norske Billedkunstnere to submit a response to a hearing. The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs put up for hearing a new proposal to immigration regulations, which directly affected us. And we were able to offer suggestions such as, couldn't we find some way to make this a little bit more tenable for artists? For example, allowing patchwork income and allowing for our income to be calculated on the average of the past 3 years to make up for the fact that we tend to earn in fluctuating kinds of incomes. So that was a really good example of the teamwork that we did with other organizations in Norway. And this is an invitation to work together. I think there's space for all kinds of gestures inside of this umbrella, which is Verdensrommet, just so long as we can move the needle forward in trying to make some changes when it comes to immigration regulations. And yeah, please, if you have an idea and a will for political change, do get in touch. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabrielle, and thank you, all three of you, to open up the discussion here. I think one common thread that we see here is that we have, by organizing as artists, we get a vehicle in a way that we can use to face the state and to both give voice to our needs and then also to help shape policy. And I think maybe one, like these past these last letters that we saw for like as høringsinnspill is a very classic way of doing that. But I know that the Art Workers Italia has also been very clear in wanting to sort of take these like legal problems that artists have out of the hands of individual artists, or to try to structure them through like a legal framework. So I don't know if you can say something about how you face the government in a way as an organization.
Yes. Okay. Yes, we sort of had to do it, and in the previous examples and of the struggles that artists and cultural workers in Italy had to confront, they never really face the complexity of the government, and this is something since we studied it for at least 3 or 4 months, we did a deep research into that. We found out that that was the main obstacle, or the first goal, and but also we had to be prepared. So alone, none of us had the courage and also the structure to do that. So we asked a lot of advices, how to do it, how to write, how to address even just an issue, and how to do it in a certain way that is clear, that is sort of structured with a sort of response method. Therefore, we asked a lawyer very close to us, we call her a more activist lawyer, and several people who helped how we to sort of have or build the first step and be ready for that. And this helped a lot, and also with an immediate response also from the government, with a panel discussion where also cultural ministers and politicians were invited, and in Milano it has happened some months ago.
I think that's that is an important work of these organizations to put these questions and challenges into a form that politicians and policymakers can understand. You mentioned that too, Mai, that's a big part of your organization's role, is to teach politicians in a way, and to just make it's in a way to make the voice heard, but it's maybe also as much as like getting some understanding or some in personal knowledge.
Yes, for sure. And I think it's very much about what you are saying about asking people how to put it the right way, what you want to gain. It's about like we need to be very aware that we talk different languages. If you want to have conversation with politicians, you also need to switch your language sometimes. And one of these languages can also be data, to have more data about the art field. So that is something we are working on. I know you are slightly better at it here in Norway and also in Sweden compared to Denmark. We are a little bit behind on the data field. We are working on it because we really know that that is a language you can understand. And when we are doing, for instance, articles where we are using this data, for instance, about this with improving the studio facilities in the cities, we just did a survey where we found out that 3 out of 4 people living in Copenhagen, or artists living in Copenhagen, are thinking about moving out because it's too expensive. This is a number the politicians understand, and then they get worried because the data also told us that they will not get back when first they have moved. So just one example of how you can use data as a language to talk with politicians.
I know if you want to add to that after this høringsnotat or these like structured ways, I think you said, of how Verdensrommet as an informal network can face politicians, and maybe also how that's I think that's to me like a very thought-provoking and very like a valuable part of Verdensrommet is that it has made like a group of artists who have like quite specific challenges, even though you are like very different, all of you. It's made it visible for me that those are both the same challenges of sort of low income and precarity that I also face as an artist, but then there are these very like hard lines of like where the state would say like you need to make more than 260,000 to be able to stay in this country.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this it happens in stages. First, you're an individual, and you have it's a ton of information you need to sift through to try and understand, okay, how is it exactly that I'm meant to survive here, and what are the little intricacies of what I'm meant to do? And then there's that. Then there's also speaking with other organizations and explaining that this is the situation. I think Verdensrommet is, you said it, it's an informal network. We are not we're not a formalized organization at all. And then I think we made a decision very early in the process that we are not going to try and do things that other organizations can do much better than we can. Rather, we're going to team up and see if we can't partner with other organizations in order to achieve our goals. So, for example, you mentioned data research just now. I guess many of us in this room recently got the Telemarkforskning survey about artist economy. I'm really happy that Verdensrommet was able to work with them as well and to make sure that there were some questions in this survey, which was also meant to sort of enlighten what the situation is for non-EU immigrant artists in the country. As well, we were able to work together to make sure that this was also available in English to make it easier for these artists to also share their data and make it more concrete. So,
yeah, this is something that also seems like quite abstract, that there are these like statistics and there are these numbers, and it also needs to be, that's a big value of these organizations, that you can actually approach these numbers in a more structured way. And as we for those of us who are in the artist organizations, we keep like referring to this like 2013 survey in Norway, for example. Like there's like a quite long sense of continuity with these things, but that's also something that was new at the time in Norway, to give more historical anecdotes, as the 100-year-old often does. That was the very first artist income survey. Was done by Aina Helgesen in 1969 and then published in 1970 in Norway. And that was actually made on the occasion of the first or of the 50th anniversary of UKS. The artist took the numbers from that survey and made it into an exhibition where you could see the graphs and statistics in golden frames exhibited at UKS also as a way to maybe make these numbers sort of visible to the artist as well, because that was also a key part in building a consciousness that these problems are not only individual, but there's like a shared issue for the field as a whole, and it's something that we can work on together, which is still very. I think I still find that very inspiring that they made this like dry data into an exhibition. I think some of this, like these problems on an individual level, that changes the structure of the field in a way, also goes to this this idea of solidarity that we have. That's also, it is part of the UKS mission in a way, since we are an organization for young and newly established artists. But of course, we know that the conditions for artists are such that there are many who are not able to establish themselves and to become young artists at all. And then, of course, there's a big challenge for young artists, that what we really want to do is to become old artists by and by, and to actually continue working and have a career. And there are so many obstacles. That means that, you know, there are a lot of barriers to, you know, reach that big retrospective at the end that we are all hoping for. And I think some of these structural issues also affect the like solidarity of the organizations. And I think you have also talked about that, Simona, like how the artists are not necessarily gathered in one city or one art scene, and that this sense of scattered, I think you have mentioned before, like of Italian artists.
Yeah, especially in Italy is quite evident and relevant to also understand how it works in there. As I mentioned before, many of us, of course, are part of the total environment, but at the same time, very often we escape from it, and for a reason, because the reason is the lack of perhaps group discussions and meetings and addressing specific issues, and not only exhibitions and so on. So I think this made us, as we are scattered, transnational, we sometimes don't even know which country we refer to, and also within Art Workers Italia, many of us, perhaps the most of us, don't even live in Italy anymore.
Do you have the others? Do you want to jump in on these things, or I can also?
I can hop in.
Yeah.
Just to sort of speak to solidarity across borders, because the situation that Verdensroma is focusing on, I mean, it's not unique to Norway by any stretch. You find similar groups that have popped up over the course of the pandemic all over Europe. And I think it's been really interesting to make connections and to work together, and also try and brainstorm possible solutions outside of how we get out of this problem. So I think it's also been really good to zoom out and think of solidarity as more of like a European sense, or a global sense even.
You're nodding there.
Yes, I agree. When talking about solidarity within the field of art, I think it's very important that we are mapping out this responsibility chain. Like, who are we talking about in solidarity? Right now in the room, we are mainly artists and organizers, I suppose. But there's also others we need to include in this chain, right? I mean, like, one thing is to talk about the artists and art workers, but another thing is the institutions, the art schools, the governments. So I think it's very important that we are talking about this in a chain, and that all of us needs to take responsibility to create a better art environment with more solidarity. So if we had more time, and could also be a workshop, like digging into this mapping, like what can we do on an individual level, and what do we need to ask our governments to do? And I also think we can demand more from the different art institutions and art schools as well. Like talking about solidarities, we actually need to start very early. It needs to be like, now I'm talking perhaps from an ideal wish, but it should be free art school for kids to start there. So they also understand from an early age that it's actually possible to become an artist and go into art academy. So that's one thing when talking about solidarity, that you need to start very early.
This is also a point where I'm sure there are many of you out there in the audience who have opinions and points you want to make. So you can also raise a hand if you have something. There's one quick hand back there. Should we try to find a mic so everyone can hear? Oh, there's. Let's see how far the cable runs. Oh, sorry.
Hi, thank you. Barbara from Italy, to give companionship to Simona. Hi. So I would like to extend these questions, to all of you, but also to, in advance, to Miss Miriam, the director of UKS, and also to you in specific, Mai Horn from Denmark. I'm completely, I'm not emotionally involved in art. I'm an ignorant in art. So I come from a different sector, but I'm interested in arts, and I would like to, I also support with different tasks. So I'm not emotionally involved in what I'm saying. But I would like to transfer this kind of feedback to you that I consider professionals, your sector, and also your country. Confirm that for me it's already obvious that trying to succeed in each job is challenging, is difficult. There is a lot of competition, especially nowadays. This in any sector, any job. So also arts. And what I'm talking about is not related to COVID, because of COVID creates situations even more dramatic. So I'm talking about previous time, and thinking to the letter that it was read before from Miss Gabriela de la Puenta, when she wrote that she was suffering because she hasn't been exhibiting since for 1 year and a half. I would like to encourage, to support her, telling that it's already a luxury, this kind of situation, because there are people that haven't been exhibiting for longer time, been healthy, so completely healthy, or never. So thinking, I had friends or people that I'm not in the heart, but I think I'm not even so young, and I think I can have an opinion. So I know people, also friends, that are thinking to artists, foreigner, that currently are living in Norway, Oslo. So from Oslo, I could expect a different answer compared to, for example, a local village, with different mentality. And Oslo is an European capital. So the experience, some of them had already a chance to have to exhibit abroad during their life. Other people are instead emerging, try to develop themselves as an artist here in Norway. And so they try to exhibit. So sending their søknad or trying to introduce them to the art galleries, but they were never being able to exhibit. So this before the pandemic, and some of them received also the answer that the priority is given to Nordic art, but also thinking that some of them speaks great Norwegian and also attended a school in arts in Norway. So they're not like completely foreign like myself. I'm not speaking Norwegian at all. Okay. So what kind of, I'm curious, I would like to ask you, what kind of answer could I transfer to my friends based on your backgrounds? And please, should I say, sorry, the answer that you received came from a person who maybe was not aligned very well to the meaning of being international, or yes, it has a fundament, or and also, please, not an answer like don't give up, go on, because this is already obvious, and are already doing their best, and they will go on doing the best. So I really would like to have your comment about this. Thank you so much.
It's a big question, but it got quite practical there at the end, I think. And this is maybe like I'm twisting it a bit just to relate to the experience from running UKS, which is also an exhibition space, and also like one of these places where artists send their applications, and of course, like most of these places, that most of them get their applications rejected, because there are 4 exhibitions that's done on this open call per year, and then 450 applications being sent. But the reason why UKS has moved into this model is also to be sort of promote a best practice for making the exhibitions, and for paying the artists, and for having production, having both the staff and the funds for making the production. And then that means that the resources for making great exhibitions sort of exceeds the demand. And it's a problem, of course, because every artist say that, but we would be happy to exhibit for free. We just want to show our work. And this is also where this sort of individual competition can be very damaging for the field as a whole. And also maybe one of the reasons why these organizations that sort of constitute artists as a collective are so important, because we can see that we have an interest that is collective, that is maybe like at odds with our individual wish to promote our career. And I think we have, all of us talked about this in different contexts, about both like this pro bono labor for artists. You get sort of exposure, or you get to show your work, and there's something in it for you. And of course also that this leads to this very precarious working condition, that you're happy to take on any task without maybe asking about the pay, or without having like a written agreement. So I think that's a risk in just from that comes with being in the situation that you describe. This is maybe not like answering your question at all, but maybe relating it to something that I find that's a dilemma for UKS, as an exhibition space, especially, more than as an artist organization. I don't know if, since it was directed at you, Maya, I don't know if you have any specific response.
Well, thank you for the question. I'm not have a directly answer to it, but I just want to add something to what you're saying, Stefan, and that is that these years we're talking a lot about diversity, how we can have more diversity within the field of art, and I think that is a very important topic, and that is also something you're dealing with in Verdensrummet. How can you be an artist living in another country and do work in another country than where you were born? So this is a part of that. But talking about diversity, it should also be a conversation about what kind of art practices do we have space for. That it should also be diversity in the way you can work with art and deal with art. So I don't know if this is the situation of your friends, if they want to do like regular white cube exhibition, or if they want to do something else. But I just want to bring this in, diversity of different kinds of ways to work within the art field. And another thing to mention is self-organized art spaces. I know it have a huge impact here in Norway, and especially also in Denmark. It's really big, and also a part of the art scene that is taken very seriously. So, and that is of course also a question of skill. Then you have smaller spaces where there is more space for experimenting and so on. So just to add that in, like the self-organized scene as a part of this, and also that we need to talk more about what kind of art practices do we involve when talking about diversity. A half answer, perhaps.
You want to say something, Miriam, as well?
Well, I don't know. If it's okay, I'm also just going to say I don't have COVID. I took a test yesterday. I just have a cold, and I'm wearing a mask. So I don't think you have to be scared. But I feel a little bad for sitting here in the first row and coughing. I don't know if what you're looking for is really, I mean, if you're really looking for an answer to your friends who get rejected, I think sadly my answer is things aren't fair. Like everyone is rejected sometimes and it sucks. And I'm sorry your friends had to expect it or to experience it multiple times. I can't really speak for all of the Norwegian exhibition spaces. I can only speak for UKS. And I can say that at UKS, we have a very thought through and worked through jury process that makes sure that we have a peer-reviewed process all the way almost up till the final exhibition program. And it's really a way of trying to have a co-led and not personality-led exhibition program. That said, I think I was going to say what you said, Mai. Self-organize. That's kind of the way to get your work out and also to build a community around your work for conversation and like peer learning. And then I think maybe to bring this to a bit of a, like more of a meta level, of course, when, you know, I think everyone, or almost at least everyone in the art world who survives in the art world, no, I don't know this actually. I can only speak from my own perspective. I was about to quit the art world so many times. I have long periods of absolutely hating the art world. And sometimes I hate it a little less. And sometimes I actually really like it. And I like it most when I feel that I'm well treated and that I am able to treat others well. But it's like what Gabrielle said in the letter. A lot of the time, the art world is really shit. And that's just kind of part of it, maybe. I don't know, it's a terrible answer. But what we're trying to do in UKS, I think, is to make it a little bit better for everyone. And to make it a little bit more fair for everyone. So to also think about the exhibition space, like Stefan was saying, as the ideal of an exhibition space at every point in time, which doesn't mean the same exhibition space always. It means like an evolving exhibition space that becomes aware of structural racism, structural sexism, structural ableism, etc., and then continues to change to be able to embrace more practices, both in its infrastructure and in its program.
I can, if there are no other questions, I can go. Can do a little historical riff. Here's the question.
Hello. I have a question, which is totally something different. And it was thinking about what you were saying, Mai, about language and having to use certain languages to use data. And I was wondering if, to all of you really, if you've had to define and describe the art sector as a whole in order to justify what you're doing. I'm from the UK, and unfortunately doing that can mean sort of playing into this idea of a cultural industry. It's all based, how much are we adding to the economy, which is a very particular framing of the economy on financial terms, and whether that comes into it and how you feel about having to do that or having to frame art and arts and culture in that way. If you do.
I had exactly the same question. So can I just add something to it? Also that I think what we're taught in art schools or in university is exactly the opposite of that language. It's to stand in opposition of that language. And I think, I had a long time of like being very engaged with feminist thought. So then I got even further away from that language. So how do you how do you justify not as on a,
Gabrielle, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll jump in quick if I can. I think, in a way, if there's a benefit to the regulation, work permit regulations, is that we ask ourselves that question very quickly. our sustainability in this country is purely on economic terms, and you better not be a burden on the public welfare system as well, or else there will be a stigma or you'll be penalized. So I don't have a good answer for that other than the fact that I think we have to ask ourselves bigger questions about what the value of art is, and that it can be valued in other ways.
I think there are some more questions around that.
Can I
maybe
quickly,
add, yeah.
quickly? Yeah. So thank you for the question. Just want to say that a number that is used quite a lot in Denmark these days is in the whole culture sector, is that we know that every time the government is spending let's say million on art, they get 3 millions back. So and this is like almost like kids and dogs understand it, right? It's quite simple. So we are using that a lot. And I think like this is coming back to that was why I introduced it as a tool. This is a tool so we can get better working conditions. So of course we need to talk about the value in art in general. And that is why we have conversation like this today. Yeah. So we can, it's not only about 1 to 3 number, but then we can actually unfold what does it mean? Like what does art mean and what is the value of it?
You also want to add?
Very quickly. Through Hard Workers Italia, we mainly addressed the question of research. Research was the first word, and research and knowledge, effort, time spending on doing research, and also activism. That was our main thing. Just to go opposite direction.
I think we'll have to bring the extra questions out into the break with us. But maybe to also summarize like a bit of these like last exchanges, that some of these have to do with what is the expectations and what kind of quality do we bring in our artistic practice, like what kind of merit do we sort of evaluate each other and ourselves in purely artistic terms. And of course that's also a big part of art education, to be like self-critical and to reevaluate like those assumptions and to see like how, for example, like how to be sort of the best exhibition space, like what kind of assumptions is there in being the best, and who are given access and who are denied access just through those assumptions of quality. And of course the same thing is true for this language, that you can be quite pragmatic in using these numbers and throwing statistics around, and then hopefully it will have an effect that will also promote sort of quality and the opportunity for artists to live. But you wouldn't want to reduce art to only be that which gives like a 3-to-1 return on your investment or something like that, which would of course be very sad for all of us. But I think these organizations and also like ourselves as artists are very good at jumping from this like one sort of argumentation to the other, and it doesn't necessarily I don't think that's necessarily wrong. I think that as long as we can keep an eye on our goals of being able to work with art, and then also extending that opportunity to as many people as possible. And I think we're doing good work. We're allowed to pat ourselves on the back a bit when it's our birthday, right? So with that, I think we'll move on to the break, and now we have 1 hour. Half an hour, and there are some sandwiches and croissants and coffee out there for us. So thank you. I think ding, ding, ding is what you say when the break is over, isn't it? So we are there now. And yeah, feel free to get comfortable and continue snacking on what snacks there are, and make sure that we get our money's worth from the Deichman coffee machine. So we have come to the practical part of this seminar with Ruth and Amy of the Alternative School of Economics out of London, and they are an artist duo who have both school and economics and alternative in the name. So it's a good match for the discussions we've been having here, and they are also a part of the UKS100 exhibition at Kunstnernes Hus that opens in 2 weeks, that I keep plugging. I hope you have taken notes every time I've been mentioning it. We will get, as part of this presentation, we will get like a little preview on the works that are about to open in the show. I can say, like, to also make sure I have all the practical things from the bio noted, that you started working together in 2012, and that you've worked also alongside organizations and institutions, also in a really wonderful podcast that I recommend everyone to find. I think there should maybe be updated with a link on the seminar page for requests. But I will give the stage. Yeah, so we'll hear a little bit of it as well. So I will give the stage to you, Ruth and Amy, and yeah, I look forward to working with you now for this next hour.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting us. Just to say, I didn't know about UKS until we were invited to do something for the exhibition, and we are incredibly impressed with UKS as an organisation. We were amazed to kind of hear about the relationship that it has with artists, influencing cultural policy and working conditions, and this is something really exceptional, I think. So we were really excited to take part. So we're going to give a really short talk. We're going to try and give a really short talk about our practice, and which will include showing the work that we've made. So it's a new piece of work that we've made for UKS 100 exhibition. And there's some time for questions if anyone has any after the talk about our work, and then we're going to have a drawing activity with hopefully a lot of good time for sharing. So the emphasis is perhaps more on the sharing rather than the drawing. So we're not going to expect like incredible, intricate drawings at all. Sketches maybe. And so to connect with the theme of the seminar, we are sort of really interested in our talk. We're going to sort of link thinking about artists organizing artists by thinking about the notion of community or network. So what are they? Where are they located? How are they made? And how do they relate to organizing? So this is kind of our thread.
Yeah, so we began working together, as Stefan said, nearly 10 years ago, 9 years ago in 2012. And that was a time after the financial crash when austerity politics was very big in the UK, and everything was being described in economic terms, everything political, and it really felt very deliberate, a kind of exclusionary strategy that you couldn't participate in politics because of that kind of opaque language and the opaqueness of high finance. So that was one of the things that sort of got us going. And then another one was an interest that we had in a a library called the Working Class Movement Library in Salford, which is up in Manchester in Northern England, the sort of former industrial heart of England. And it's a library full of material around like left-wing radical history. So we were thinking a lot about that. And then another thread was about libraries and self-education and political education, and basically kind of how could we do this in art practice? How does this idea of sort of research and activism and change and politics sit in relation to art practice?
Let's see. Here we go. So our practice has always been socially engaged practice. So other people, usually groups, are involved in developing something with us, kind of working together, perhaps around a study or some learning about something. And so this notion of a community or a network is incredibly important to us. This kind of group of people sharing knowledge we're really interested in what that can be and how that manifests in our working process.
And so we're just going to show you a couple of projects, recent projects. So this was, well, it's just a title page, isn't it? But it was a project called The End of the Present, which was turned into a residency during COVID. It was originally going to be an exhibition, and then it became this online residency with an organisation called Arts Catalyst, which is they're focused on the sort of intersection between art and science. And in this project, we were considering like the dual crises of the environmental, ecological crisis and financial crisis, and whether the very different modes of time that those are experienced through, like where that might intersect, how we might reconsider those crises by looking at time.
So like we did, it was in 2020, so we ended up doing all of it online. So we did some Zoom workshops. And they, apart from, we were in the situation where we had to do this, but we kind of tried to use it as a kind of think about how this could allow us to experiment with online co-researching processes. So, ways of researching online, and the online space and network that expands and contracts in different ways than in real life. So, for example, working across time zones, how engaged you can be on a screen for over 5 hours. We actually did 2 workshops that were 5 hours long, which is probably mental, but we managed to do it. Using a computer search engine rather than your own knowledge in your brain in the room because you don't have access to a computer. And how you connect research with other people in that space.
So the tool that we used for these workshops was called Miro. Some of you might have used it. It's a kind of online notice board. And in each one, we started with this question, where does a crisis begin and end? And we asked people to take a particular moment, a particular crisis, and sort of map backwards and forwards with sort of cause and effect over time. But it was also important to us that we were thinking about time not as a linear thing. So in this one, the future's in the middle, and then it kind of goes out to about the 15th century. And so people were kind of mapping and crossing over their research of how they were doing that.
Sorry. Is there another picture? Yeah, slightly more close up. So it was really interdisciplinary in terms of who attended these workshops. Partly perhaps through the sort of mailing list of Arts Catalyst. So there was quite a lot of environmental activists there and scientists, also architects, geographers and other artists. And we invited specific people who had kind of expertise in particular areas because we were kind of researching in these quite things that we didn't know anything about, like paleontology and digital finance technology. And sort of as well as the people attending, we were kind of interested in this idea of within the work of a network of connections of knowledge being made collectively, and also what kind of knowledge you can access through particular kinds of researching processes, and also kind of social norms, algorithms, but also social norms of knowledge and histories and world perspectives, and how that kind of is then also mapped out in this kind of collective way.
Yeah, something we didn't say at the beginning, but that, think we're an alternative school of economics, not a school of alternative economics. People often mix that up, even though we are interested in alternative economics. We're trying to do these things of sort of, self-education, but also collective learning, co-learning. How can we find out about things together? So we're often starting from a point where we don't know about that subject as well. So just to wrap up this project, we sort of developed that the research into these little stories using different people's research on that Miro map, and created this digital publication with these like different moments, different stories through time, as a sort of time online, revolving around the causes and effects of particular crises like the Latin American debt crisis, or the migration of the boreal forests and the Gulf War, and international shipping containers. And they went alongside two essays by artist and academic Emily Rosamond and artist and writer Angela Chan, and they both responded to this question: where does a crisis begin and end? And you can read this publication on our website, available to everyone. Download it.
So now another piece of work we want to talk about is very different. It's very location specific, a billboard piece which is called Speaking to the City. And it's in a place called Phytology, which is an artist and community-led project that explores environmental and social complexities of the urban landscape. It's a nature reserve in Bethnal Green, which is historically a kind of quite economically deprived part of London. And it sits just to the east of the City of London, London's financial district. And actually from the point of this billboard, if you turn around and look, you can see the high office buildings and skyscrapers in Liverpool Street. And so we wanted to make a connection between the nature reserve and its local community and the city. So we,
we should have a picture of the other way, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Like Amy said, there's this kind of thing about like phytology is this amazing kind of ecosystem of artists, herbalists, people interested in nature, local people. Like the lease for the land is the names on that lease are all people in the surrounding estate. Forest schools. I'm in a choir that's been meeting there during the pandemic because we couldn't meet out inside. So it was like taking that and kind of talking out to this city of free market capitalism and financialization of property and gentrification, which is a big issue around there as well. So we created this sort of poem in a way, or narrative of resistance, which is on the billboard. So we're going to flick through them, but basically each week was it 2 weeks we changed a letter, and the words changed over time, over the seasons. You'll see the seasons change.
Okay. The next project is the Rabbits Road Institute Library, which is a project that we began in 2016, and it's an ongoing project. We initially set it up in the front space of an old library in East London. And after working there for over a year, we decided to invite everyone we had met and worked with to nominate a book to make a library, a small library. And the library we kind of developed 3 categories. It has 3 people in place making it happen in the future. And these categories kind of, on some level, kind of create particular sort of, I don't know how you describe, subjects within the library itself. So there is quite a lot of stuff on local history, for example, but also philosophical ideas around the future, and also activism, and also kind of city urban architectural activism. And so kind of written into the work itself is this idea of trying to create or represent a network or community of knowledge. And we're now developing this further by taking the library to different locations. And we're really interested in thinking about this idea of what local means in relation to this idea of a local library, and whether local communities can sort of speak to each other across more expansive geographical network of people involved, and whether in fact the library itself might be able to be supported by such a kind of network. There's another.
Yeah, it's very much still a kind of work in progress, this one, and interesting in relation to thinking about communities and networks and how it can build and expand, because we're taking it on tour. So that how do you sort of maintain a local when you take something and transplant it in different places? We did a pilot project for the tour in its kind of neighbouring city borough in London, just down the road. But unfortunately, COVID happened, and we couldn't install it where we were planning to install it. So we sort of took the programme online, which is also an interesting experiment. Like, how do you do something local when you're not there, when you're not meeting people? One of the things that we did was 5 local writers chose 15 books each, and had the library. So instead of people coming to the library went to them, and they had the library in their homes for 3 months, and then made creative responses, which are on the Rabbits Road Institute Library website. We should have done one of those slides like everyone else.
So part of the project, the sort of pilot project has been researching people as well, that other artists and individuals who kind of run similar projects or libraries, kind of learning from them, really a sort of peer kind of learning process to think about the future of Rabbits Road Institute Library. And some of the themes that have come out of the conversations that we've been having with people, I think I'm going to list them because I think some of it might be relevant to today. Commitment, collaboration, care, commons, collecting, change, decentralizing power, joy, localness, slowness, and self-education. And just to go back to one of those there, decentralizing power. So we've been thinking a lot about that in relation to how we might organise the library, and thinking about the usership of the library and how to make this work. And we became interested in this through our research into feminist organising and interdependent economies, which came from another project, which we're now going to talk about, which is called...
Last one. But this is so good for this library.
Yeah, we're in an amazing library at the end of the world. There is a huge library. True Currency, about feminist economics. So,
this is the last project we're going to talk about before we just show you the one we've made for Oslo. This is the podcast that Stefan mentioned. It's a 6-part podcast we made exploring feminist economics. And actually, we'll just play you the trailer first. There's a 2.5-minute trailer, and then we'll say something more about it.
Feminist economics isn't just about women or a women's economy. It's about trying to give value to things that have been, I think, very deliberately devalued under capitalism.
There's something about wanting to interrupt a kind of economic model that means that we rethink what value means.
Based on simple principles of not exploiting others, a sense of equality, inclusion, fairness, ethics around caring for people.
This is True Currency, about feminist economics. I'm Amy Fennick.
And I'm Ruth Beale. And over the next 6 episodes, we'll be looking at what an economy is and how feminist economics can offer solutions that benefit everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today, I present to the House a budget for Britain's future.
We're both artists and mothers who collaborate under the name the Alternative School of Economics. The way we work as artists is to learn together with others, to find out about economic ideas that may initially seem opaque. We do this collaboratively, learning from the people we meet, connecting everyday life to the bigger picture.
This series explores relationships between work and care. We'll hear from women in care roles, from people at the forefront of women's struggles at work, advocating for change, from organisations and individuals supporting low-paid and marginalised women, exposing some of the financial inequalities that exist in the UK today. True Currency, about feminist economics, is produced as part of a participation residency at Gasworks. Coming soon wherever you get your podcasts and on www.gasworks.org.uk. Commissioned by Gasworks and supported by the Paul Hamlin Foundation and Arts Council England.
I think, I forgot about all of that bit at the end.
Well, we now know who it was commissioned by. I mean,
I think, maybe we should just crack on.
I think this is my bit, actually.
Oh, sorry.
So we did an 8-month residency at Gasworks, and we made this podcast, and yes, it's available on all your major podcast apps. And we it was really important to us that there was like many different voices in it, and that we're just going to mention a few of the ways that we worked with people to do that. But there's academic researchers, policy experts, campaigners, mothers, community leaders, activists, people looking at financial inequality, feminism, intersectionality, labour exploitation, unpaid work, unionisation, reproductive labour, and that kind of way of weaving all these voices together was really important to us.
We discussed sort of financial inequalities and how the issues of consider the issues that migrant women face when campaigning for fair pay. We looked at unpaid work and care and considered the future sort of reimaginings of feminist economy. And then we did an extra episode in the end on the coronavirus pandemic because of how it threw light upon so many of the issues we were discussing throughout the series. And the podcast, in a way, was a bit like learning in public, in the sense that we were kind of interviewing and speaking to people and recording these conversations and learning about, at the same time, what feminist economics is.
We did some workshops with local groups, like this one with local mothers, and that kind of informed what we were doing as well. So we were talking to a mother who was a nurse, and then we were talking to an academic, Lisa Baretza, and one of the episodes is really kind of this weaving together of these very different perspectives of a lived experience and a very academic perspective.
We also worked with AMPLA, which is a Latin American parents association. Many of the women in this parents association are low-paid domestic workers and cleaners, and many kind of without union representation. And one of the things we kind of hoped to do or talked a lot about was whether we were able to make connections between some of the people that we were talking to who were involved in the project. And we were also talking to a union in the UK called United Voices of the World. And within this union, there are many different sectors. We interviewed women who were campaigning in the service sector, but also sex workers who were in another sector of United Voice of the World. And we should I mention here like the other sectors that are
quite an interesting union?
Yeah, the other sectors in the union involved are architectural workers, there's a legal sector, gender-based violence workers, and designers and cultural workers. And the designer, and I don't know if people might have heard of this union. I'm just going to read out what they say about the designers and cultural workers. On their website. How am I going to find it now? Cultural work is work. So that's the first statement. Workers across the creative industries are organising. The cultural sector is rife with individualism and competitiveness to the detriment of its workforce. Designers and cultural workers want to see all cultural workers respected for the work they do. So that's their kind of initial statement about that sector, which I think is kind of relevant today in terms of what you're talking about. But what was really great about working with this group, but also the women who attended the workshops at the Children's Centre, was just sort of seeing elements of feminist economics in practice, sort of understanding the connections between the interdependent economics, how that's played out every day in feminist collectives. And feminist groups and ways of working and organising together. That's just all the different episodes, so you can kind of see what we cover there. Okay.
So to sort of introduce our activity, we're going to tell you about the project that we've been doing for the upcoming exhibition, and Stefan mentioned earlier this exhibition from the UKS exhibition from 1971, Einar Helgason. I'm not going to attempt to say the Norwegian name for the exhibition, but in English, I think it was Norwegian Artists' Economic and Social Situation. And we were really fascinated by this idea that someone had put together an exhibition of artist demographic data and portraying artist social situation in this exhibition, and that the fact that this then precipitated lobbying, protests, and actual policy change, and started this impact, this way that surveys could have impact.
So yeah, we were interested in thinking about what such a survey might do now. I mean, obviously, people are still being requested to fill in surveys, but also what surveys do in terms of gathering subjective experience of a livelihood and creating data out of that, and how that might influence policy decisions. I mean, as artists based in the UK, we're kind of pretty skeptical that any survey actually kind of makes a difference, but that's why we find it so inspiring to be here in UKS. But we're also interested in this idea of what a survey can hope to capture, what slips through the cracks, what's missing from the data that's gathered. And we started thinking a lot about these two things. So this kind of survey culture, and what kind of influence can artists have on political policy? What are the limits of an artist's political voice? And the complexity of artists' financial situations in relation to the ethics, precariousness, and creating solidarity.
We ran, as part of the sort of development of this work, we ran 2 focus groups with artists. I think it was mainly, I think it went out to everybody, but there was quite a few members of UKS and different artists there. And we did those online and asked questions. So it was we did this very formal focus group in that we wrote a research protocol and did it in this like proper research way, which was a kind of new experience for us. And from what was said, we've developed these new posters that are going to go up around Oslo in a few weeks' time, and they're going to be in the exhibition as well. And the posters sort of play with this like form and language of surveys to ask questions now. But the idea is that artists could answer them, but anyone could answer these questions.
Yeah, so they're going to be in the public realm. So it's this idea that it's the public can also engage with these. So now we're going to show you them.
Okay. Should we just flip back to this one? So this is the one that we're going to do today.
But does anyone, if there's any questions, now's the time. I've gone over a bit.
I just want to do some drawing. So we'd like you to have a go at this because we think it could be quite an interesting tool for thinking about, who your communities are. You have a question? You have a question? A question?
I'm sure there are other questions too. I was just curious about the making a research protocol and what's in a research protocol? What did you find in the focus groups? And can you tell us a little bit more about the work with the focus groups?
So the research protocol is basically like a kind of code of ethics of how you're going to conduct it. Like people can leave if they want to, and telling people what it's for and being very clear about how the information is going to be used and if it's going to be anonymized and what else was in it?
We told them, we kind of explained the sorts of things that we were going to be talking about, which were quite big themes. But then, and then what happened when we were in the focus groups is that we made vignettes. So we kind of created scenarios of, let's say, an artist who is having trouble with a contract, or she's being censored by an organization, a museum, and she hasn't actually been paid yet for what she's going to do, and they don't want to show her work because it's too political or whatever. And then these were kind of would initiate discussion. And it was also interesting for us in terms of thinking about, I think, we are not Norwegian, we don't live here. So it was like thinking about, we had a reaction to that vignette, but it was about seeing the kind of Norwegian kind of context in relation to that, in terms of thinking around the sort of political situation, funding situation, and the various kind of different subjective precarity of the people attending. I mean, we also worked with Sabina, I've forgotten her surname. Sabina Pultz, who is does focus groups all the time as part of her research.
She does interviews, but she is a researcher.
Yeah, and she was very that was really useful in terms of thinking about like how to digest the focus group and what was happening and the dynamics within a focus group, and how it's, you might say something and then you are influenced by the other people in that space. I mean, even though it's an online space, you're still totally influenced by what they might say and the direction of the conversation. So we were also kind of really being part of the protocol is also about having sentences to say, does everybody have that experience? Who doesn't have the same experience as that kind of, so that we were able to sort of gather as much as we could from the different people in the group.
Yeah, there was a bit of a kind of safe space policy stuff in there as well, a bit like yours. Just to mention the ways that it did influence. So there was a discussion about quite a few of the artists who joined, particularly the first focus group, were migrants from elsewhere, and we're talking about how not being a Norwegian citizen affects your ability to get funding, or having to write a business plan for your visa application and this sort of thing. So that's where this question came out. Also thinking about different kinds of privilege with that one as well. Where did this one come from? Lots of talk about like the kind of being in this system that's an amazing welfare state system, but the issues with it and the problems with it, and unpicking those. So that's where that one came from. Any others that are really kind of clear? Oh, this thing came up about the stipends and the idea of like having to be productive when you have a stipend, and that certain systems enforce like certain like capitalist or neoliberal ideas about productivity. Slow down.
I mean, this one is kind of about funding, and it's sort of this thing about, the sort of situation that it's also for me a little bit about solidarity and the ability to boycott or stand up to people who are essentially giving you a livelihood, and the kind of complicated relationship between artists having precarious livelihoods and then also being able to have solidarity with other artists. And I think in the UK, it's interesting that, I imagine artists kind of having lots of different jobs. And so they might be in a union for their PAYE job, but not their freelance job. And then sort of, you could maybe talk about that in terms of your teaching, and just how that's complicated when you then, as an artist, kind of maybe get commissioned by a university to do something, and then the university is being boycotted, and it's,
That's basically the situation.
Yeah. Anyway.
That's kind of similar in a way, wasn't it, about privilege and but also
I think this is about sort of political voice as well. Anyway,
does that answer your question? So we went through the transcripts and picked out themes and then discussed those and fed those into the questions. And the community. There was the conversation about different kind of like communities and networks, and someone was talking about being in a film collective and that ability to
change filmmaking through being in a collective, or change how you can the sort of filmmaking grant system, and changing what they might imagine filmmaking to be. So I'm just thinking about time. So we have
a slide about this with your task.
So for this, we have some paper, which it's kind of slightly thicker paper, so you can kind of lean on it. And just to say, maybe we should find a partner, or what you can work on your own, but it would be maybe nice to discuss in dialogue with someone you're sitting next to try and draw your community or communities. So by this, I think I was having a thought about this. What is it about visualizing your community or communities? What does this do to kind of understanding how we are connected or not, and what connections might be useful? So bringing this back to this idea of kind of organizing, and also it might be interesting to think in the way you draw it about how strongly you feel part of a community or not, and whether this too can be visualized. So some community sections might be more detailed than others, and also to say drawing you can try and draw it, but writing is also drawing. You can make a map, you can do a brainstorm. We're not kind of imagining incredible
little
drawings.
pictures of all the people.
Yeah.
And I suppose it says community singular, but it might be that there's multiple or that they span out. I think perhaps you might, because of today, you could start with your artist community if you're in one, and think about how those connect to others. For me, I think about my other social networks and how they kind of intersect and things like that. And I think maybe we can talk about this more later, but ultimately it's this idea of let's save that for later.
Okay. So we're gonna we're gonna leave this one up on the screen, right? Or the question. I think if we leave this one up, so it's got like some prompts,
and we give you 20 minutes. Yeah. And then we will ask people who don't mind to share and tell us what you've done. There's some space up here if you'd like to come down with your chosen partner and have a more comfortable.
And Stacey, where is the paper?
Right there.
Over there on some stools.
And pens as well. We brought lots of pens, so if you don't have a pen, there's pens. Okay, thank you.
Can you hand some out?
You can.
I'm not sure this is bad or good. And they kind of they don't like sometimes they don't I mean maybe I'm
because the unseen is much more expansive. That makes sense.
No, I didn't say that. I said the one that yeah, so this is also interesting how
A little I think they like they started I was like
I think it's kind of changing pretty slowly.
but it's not really
Which I'm tired of.
We have actually got half an hour.
Okay. This is your mic. Yeah.
We might want to give one to someone else, though.
Oh, yeah. So maybe we hope that you've managed to think about communities and the networks you may or may not be connected with. And yeah, I suppose it would be great if anyone feels like they would like to share either their drawing. Yeah, show and tell. You could show your drawing, or you could just talk about your drawing, or talk about the process of thinking about it.
Would anybody like to do that? Stefan?
I wouldn't want to. I've been speaking so much into this microphone, so I wouldn't want to, take it if someone else really feels.
Be brave. We have one at the back.
We have one at the back. So
yeah,
okay.
Got a mic there to take.
I can show my drawing while. Yeah, get some mic. Yeah, we didn't think about that.
Okay, so we try to make a map with 3 persons, and I think one of the very first thing that becomes clear is that it's not so easy to kind of agree on how we define the idea of community, or okay, so we can show a fantastic drawing.
Wow, that's amazing.
And so what you see here is bubbles of art communities, and they are pretty scattered, and Tronek drew herself in the middle, in between all the communities, as in not necessarily
being kind of in any kind of the separate communities, but more like in the network between them a bit. And then we discuss more like what are the things that can create communities, I guess. So 2 things that came up was Sarah works a lot with food. So for her, food is kind of like the great equalizer, where you can build communities or moments of communities where you're not defined by category or groups belonging, but just by communal activity, I guess. And I thought a lot about things that create routine or regularity, like the activities that make you see each other regularly enough that you start to kind of feel involved or engaged with each other. Yeah. You want to say something?
Yeah, I can say something. And I painted the orange line is my community. And I felt this is not described by my career or other specific elements, but it's more like an insect with very, or I don't know, a snail snake with very long legs and no body. So, yeah, which can also sometimes overlap with other communities around me or not. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, I was. Oh, that slide is gone.
I can get it back.
Yeah. I was really relating with, or I can relate with. Do you have multiple communities, or even like what is a community? A community could easily be just one person, because it's about being taken care of and taken care of. And that's when I felt that a lot of my friends are from many different spaces and places and countries and routines and being an artist or not being an artist. But for me, what worked the most was the act of cooking together or the act of eating together. And in that way, I think there has been so many multiple communities created, but then also those multiple communities coming together and then being a bigger community or something. So not sure about the last question. I couldn't get there. And what is missing? No, we're good.
A lot of things. That's why it was very hard to find which community.
Yeah. But there was okay, never mind. I don't think it will be a problem to discuss it, but we were talking about UKS as a community and UKS as a space, because we're here at an event organized by UKS, and we felt that the events that were happening every Monday, called How to Practice, that was, I think, a sense of community, or like that routine, that regularity of coming every Monday without reading long emails and without just like showing up and talking about how to practice. I think that sort of a momentum was, I think, building a community. If to sort of describe it in an example, yeah.
Thank you.
That was great. That was great.
It was really good. And very visual and creative.
And yeah, I just like to almost feel like you said quite a lot of stuff there, but there was things about routine, communal activity. So this idea of things that create a situation where people are doing the same thing. And there was something else you said as well, and I forgot what it was, but I remember, so I was thinking, these are really kind of really good things to think about in terms of like what community is. Just that the question, it's a community can mean different things to different people, and so it was really interesting. So anybody else?
Can we have another volunteer?
please. Anybody who spoke earlier would like to share? No?
How about Stefan, who you were working with? Who's this?
Maybe Erin wants to say something. Are we okay? Or we can try to, since we had such a good conversation.
Yeah,
Good.
We had a really nice conversation. Yeah, well, I'm okay. I started by drawing a UFO and thinking about collective consciousness and the invisible and kind of communities beyond the human and the potential there. And then I was thinking about communities that oscillate between a city center and the periphery and these kind of feedback networks, and then animals and individual agency. And then I was thinking about this big boot that is like internalized and also external and coming from many directions, that can be something that puts limits on community or creates problems for communities, and how to do that and how to deal with that, and the paradoxes of being together and collaborating and all these things that come up in the process. And yeah, so yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, and universal basic income was the thing that I was like, oh, maybe I'm being too pessimistic. And then I just wrote a big UBI, universal basic income, over the boot. Because I think if we had that, like the boot would just be kind of nullified or something. But yeah.
Do you think that some of the communities and ideas about what community is that you just talked about you could organize with to get UBI?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you imagine that, or what would the barriers be? Maybe is kind of thinking of if there are any barriers, or how do you think you could organize with those communities, I suppose?
Well, I don't know. I think one of the main barriers against universal basic income and just the right to a sustainable life for everyone is like this feeling of like shame, and like we don't deserve things because we're taught to feel that because of capitalism. So I think just trying to change the mindset, and people who think that art is worthless, and because it's a decadent pursuit, while meanwhile pushing papers in an office, enriching someone else is a useful pursuit. Like really attacking those paradoxes and making it really obvious in society that it's just a crap narrative that needs to be done with. But yeah.
Thank you. That was really great. Thank you. Really brilliant.
Does anyone want to speak to that or show their drawing or talk about their drawing? Be brave. Yes. I know there's people sitting there going, yeah, I do, but I don't want to say.
Almost an old woman, so I'm not so afraid anymore. Talking with people. Okay, I was thinking about in Norwegian and English about the what's a community? As does it mean the same in Norwegian as in English? Yes, of course, but maybe I'm personal made other connection to it. I'm an artist, but I'm also very box thinking in my head, like organizations thinking and so on. And I was thinking about the relation to community is also aspected with my feelings in one way, or which kind of connections you have to them. So is it economical? Is it benefitating? Is it friendships or family? And then I have one of my strong feelings is, of course, NBK, and thereby also UKS, because it's my work relationship as a kind of professional artist. And I think it's very important, so that the connection is very strong. So you see, my drawing is like boxes and arrows, but the thicker arrow, the stronger feelings in one way. But I also think it's important to take care of the state, because they are a beneficator to me in a loose way, like doctors and so on. but I also think about the necessity of being in a kind of community. Because I'm coming from a small town in the middle of Norway. It's called Sveolmensmølla. It's a fishing town. And I know that's kind of another community. It's not organized, but it's connected to the family, friends, people you have go to the same store, go to concerts with, have holidays with, and so on. And then I think that's kind of other community that also is very important and maybe is forgotten to take care of in our days. That was my thought. And of course, where you're living, the home place is also important. You come from some place and you have strong connections to that community, and you live in another place and maybe don't have so much strong connection to the place you are living. And that's also a thing to think about or recognize. Okay? Maybe?
Thank you.
Yeah.
It just made me think about and remember the other thing that the trio was saying, and I think is connected to what you were saying, that care is the other thing that is related to this idea of what a community is. So this caring for and being cared for, and that kind of relationship, and how this is kind of important, I think, in organising collectively with other people.
Yeah, it made me think as well of this. We've recently read a book about a bookshop project that was in Hackney in East London for 30 years or something, was it? Centerprise. And it was like a bookshop and a publisher, and it was very much for local people, and it was all about like publishing local people's things. And in the whole sort of pamphlet, got to the end and they said, oh, you might not have noticed, but we haven't used the word community, because the way that that's sort of instrumentalized to sort of make us feel like, oh, you know, they were sort of saying that you know, community funding and things like that, that there's this notion of a community that's put onto other people, but when you kind of reflect it back onto yourself, like actually what does it mean? And when you break it down, yeah, it was kind of, I thought that was interesting, not to be kind of flabby with it or something. Does anyone else have one they'd like to talk about or share?
Thank you.
I can I can share. My name is Trond Hugo. I'm an artist. So I had a great group with myself. And I make a drawing, and my drawing, it's me being a seed in the ground, and it's the art family being the roots, and then the society, the rest of society being the tree. And then I thought about what makes the possibility for new seeds, for new artists, and what makes what kind of put the water on the ground so that our artists can kind of grow and develop and be possible to kind of do this work as we do, and different thoughts about that. And of course, it's a bit of challenge. It's a bit of grants, and it's family, and it's politicians and media and the rest of the people in this country. And of course, in the back, it's the sky, the clouds from the big oil platforms, of course, which kind of make some of this possible. And what makes new artists kind of how the impact of the school and the library and the family, friends, So, something like that. A tree, anyway. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, just you both mentioned the state. I think it's one thing, but then which I think would be interesting to talk about, how you organise with the state, and also this idea that you're kind of, if I've understood your drawing, almost like trying to create a sort of feedback ecology loop of a community, that you are an artist and then you also creating a situation that kind of creates more artists. And I think that's really quite a lovely idea, that could be part of what a community is that it also is kind of has its own ecology, so can keep going and going and growing and growing. But yeah, maybe, I don't know about talking about the state. If anyone has any ideas, maybe, how do you organize with the state? What are the barriers? Huge. Yes, Mai?
Please just.
Yeah, something I wanted also to draw it in my map, but it's a bit maybe a bigger discussion. But what would because like I have been in Oslo for around 10 years, and I know there is always something hard about making a community, even though I'm so proud of UKS and being part of it, and I think it functions very well. But I'm just wondering if there is something about having a supportive state or like a structure which makes it very hard to make a community, because that's they feel like kind of they have a very direct relation, because when there is a structure or a state which is supporting you, you don't feel that you need to be supported or support people around you. And that's yeah, I know this is a very
I think it's really interesting, and actually it reminds me of conversations that we had in the focus group around these ideas of the state in Norway, and how it's difficult for me to say because I'm not from Norway, so I feel like you've said it. So, but I think there is this interesting kind of relationship between a state support structure and then and what that creates, perhaps particularly in a sort of artist community. I don't. Does anybody else have anything to say in relation to that? Miriam? Oh, there's someone else. Mai.
Yeah, I just had a comment about this with the state, how that can be a part of the community. So I'll try to make it very short. So as an artist, I also have this social engaged practice, and I have worked on a 2 years long project in a city in Denmark, where it has been to map out 28 different places for alternative communities or self-organized places. And in our conversation now, I was just reminded about one of the places, the place that surprised me the most. So it was this woman called Hanne, and a few years back she lost her husband in a car accident, and she was back home and in her house, and then she, after a while, she missed a community, someone to be around with, so she started that in her house, just invited people in. And the thing that surprised me the most was that she said that one day she called the municipality, saying that she had extra space if she could help the municipality. And I was like, what? Wait, because with the 27 other organizations or communities have been so much conversation about how could the municipality support them. So she was the first one I have ever talked with that said she called them saying that she had extra space. And then a few days after, they actually had like a school coming over, and then these kids was staying, doing camping in her garden. And since then, like artists and people visiting, the municipality are sending them to her. So that was just one example to share about how you can actually switch around, and how you can also just call the state, saying that you have extra space in your house or in your garden. Just want to share that with you.
Thank you.
That connects to a well, not a question, but a sort of something you can think about when you look at what you've drawn, which is about like dependency. So you could look at what you've drawn and think, who are you dependent on, and who depends on you? Which is interesting. This idea of like who are you asking things of? Who could you ask things of? Who are you there to be asked things of, or welcome to help someone else? But it kind of like gives this extra layer to think about what those like mine has all these like connections on. I know you did like stronger arrows. What are those extra connections between people? So it's not just the people, it's the connections too.
I think we have a sign saying end being held up by Miriam. Thank you all for your brilliant drawings and sharing. It was really great. Thank you.
Yeah. Well done, everyone. Thank you so much for taking part.
We have a 15-minute break, and now the coffee has changed locations. So when you go out the door, it's on the right-hand side. See you back in 15 minutes.
So we're coming to the final stretch of the seminar in this room, and it feels like we've used up most of the air in here as well, but I think we can do some last deep gasps in here for the final panel. And also feel free to snack and stretch and pay attention however you want to be. And I think this is promising to be a very informative part of, and we will also have someone beside me to give historical anecdotes, which I'm very interested in hearing. So for this panel discussion, we have Halvor Haugen as a moderator. And Halvor, I often think of you first and foremost as an editor of UKS100 back in the day, during one of the golden ages of the UKS publications, which I've mentioned again and again during the work on this book, which is edited by Halvor and his partner Nina Schønsby. And you have actually been working on that book for longer than I have been at UKS, which is not 100 years, even though I make it sound like it sometimes. So it's also very good to have the one copy of the final product here in front of the panel, and then there are loads more at Kunsthall Oslo. And I should also mention that all Vederlagsfondet, the Artist Copyright Fund, has supported the book by buying a copy for each member of UKS or NBK. So if you have your UKS or NBK membership status in order, you get a copy of the book for free at Kunsthall Oslo or later at Kunstnernes Hus, and then where it will be distributed. And also talking about free stuff, there are all the pens that were handed out earlier. Ruth and Amy brought them especially for this panel, but they would like to bring them back to the UK. So there are some boxes here. So if you have pens, they are not in fact free, even for members of UKS. So, but if you have some pens left over, please bring them back. Yeah. So with that announcement, I think we're good to go. Halvor, you will introduce the panel, and
And what was the name of the panel again?
I will have to look it up here. There are two. The panel is named after Victoria's chapter in the book. How shall an artist be, or what shall an artist be like? And there's it will be accompanied by an image carousel of documentation from the book. And I will press play on that carousel now, and I will leave the floor to you. One question. It's also from, so this, and I think Halvor will mention your book as well.
Yes, absolutely. So the image carousel, which will run throughout the conversation, consists of 10 images from this book, from Victoria's essay, and 10 images from Erling's forthcoming book. So I have with me today Victoria Durnak and Erling Mostu Bugge. Now, Victoria is an artist and author whose latest novel is Evelyn's Inbox. And for the book on the history of UKS, she has written an essay on the 1960s and 70s. And Erling is an art historian who is about to publish Avantgarden Subjekt, the subject of the avant-garde, a collection of essays on Norwegian art since the 1960s, where the art is read as part symptom of and part resistance to larger cultural and economic changes. Now, as Stefan said in his introduction earlier today, from the beginning, UKS has covered three main functions as an organization. It has been a social forum, a producer of exhibitions, and an interest organization. And today's conversation will have the 1960s and 70s as its starting point a period where UKS was developed as an artists' union and developed a more oppositional stance towards the Norwegian art establishment and society at large. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So did you hear anything of what I said? Okay, good. So Erling's forthcoming book starts in the 60s, and Victoria's essay covers the 1960s and 70s. So Victoria and Erling will read each their brief summaries, other texts, before we start the dialogue or the conversation. So I think we'll start with you, Victoria. Yeah.
Yes. Hello, everyone, and happy birthday to UKS. It's nice to be here and to speak a little bit about my text in the book, which was really fun to write, to hang out in the archive and read through a lot of newspaper clippings about every artist that ever mentioned anything in the 60s and 70s was widely covered in the Norwegian newspaper. The role and the conditions of the artist was examined, discussed, and reinvented throughout the 1960s and 70s, with the artists themselves on the front line. Their art was now sent out to the people, out in the city, into schools, and where people worked. The artists experimented with form and content, and the political points could be as important as artistic execution. And the room for what could be called art rapidly expanded. UKS experienced a steady growth of members, and other local artist unions were developed. There were more and more artists, and their needs became more apparent. And even though there were a great number of voices, several factions, and a lot going on, the issues were mainly the same as today. The artists wanted to have a place to work, and they wanted to get paid. It was natural then, coming together and standing behind the same demands. In the post-war years, Norway experienced a general welfare development, but this did not concern the most people had more money to spend, and the prices of rent, food, and materials went up. The welfare train Norway sped up, but the artists remained on the platform. In 1970, sociologist Aina Helgesen conducted the first survey that mapped the economic and social living conditions of the artist, as previously mentioned here today. And the results were grim. According to Helgesen, artists' complaints about lack of money, studios, etc., had often been perceived as whining. But now it was quantified and even proven that the artist economy was problematic, and not just a private matter for the artists themselves. It was systemic. And this insight contributed to one of the greatest cultural political events of the 1970s, the Solidarity Association Kunstneraksjon 74, or the Artist Action Movement of 1974 in English, where visual artists, writers, musicians, and composers came together to demand better conditions. The campaign presented the three main demands shaped by the environment around UKS. And one was increased use of art. Two was increased pay or remuneration. And three was guaranteed minimum income for all working artists who could make a living off one or two. In the 1960s and 70s, the artists quarreled, protested, organized, fought, overthrew established organs, built, influenced, included, and changed. But did their situation improve? Eva Lange, chair of UKS in 1974, answers the question in a text written 2 decades later. What happened to the state's artist policy after Kunstnermeldingen, which was a white paper on Norwegian artists' social and economic conditions?
She asks, did the artists get any real improvements in their conditions? And then she answers herself. The answer is no. The poet Jan Erik Vold has called the 70s the wasted 70s. And the artists' struggle during the same period can also feel a bit wasted, considering that today's artists still lack studios and work in poor economic conditions, with odd jobs and low income from artistic work. But at the same time, some things have improved. And Lange's pessimism might stem from the fact that the entire 3-point requirement was not met. We still have no guaranteed minimum income for all working artists. But even though there, of course, is room for even more use of art, new galleries and initiatives are constantly emerging. The state's responsibility to pay for its use of art has been contracted. And there are more working grants, more funds to apply for projects, and more artist centers have opened, and more money is allocated to public art. And all this is the result of artists rolling up their sleeves, because something that is not wasted is the experience that it works. It works to make demands, to stand together, and to be organized.
Thank you, Victoria. Okay, so Erling, could you give us just a really brief introduction to your book?
Yes, I will try. I'll just read very quickly. Yeah, so I've written this book. It's called The Avant-Garde Subject. Yeah, it seeks to locate some Norwegian art created within certain groups and art shows by young artists in the last 50 years or so within a wider cultural context. I ask questions about economic and cultural developments, what these artists were up against, and how this shows itself in the art they produced. Beginning with 1968, I proposed that some of this art can be looked upon as an abreaction, that is a traumatized response, a kind of catharsis, as a response to the apparatus of capitalism itself, which makes the 60s something of a founding moment for the art I'll discuss in the decades after, 80s and 90s. As a starting point, I have Marius Heyerdahl's Cyberneticus, which is up on the screen. It's a sort of a big structure with metal structure, you can see, and features some of the attitude that's linking it up to 50s, the beat culture and so on, anti-materialism. And well, the artist of the 60s propagated an almost anarchist will to freedom and homo ludens, which is a sort of playful way of life. By the early 70s, things are getting political and things start to polarize on the left-right axis. From here I go on to the 80s and the 90s, which basically seeks to chart developments connected to postmodernism. That is how Norway's Fordist economy and somewhat monolithic social democratic society, statism, came to be seen as anthropic in the art group show Uteksti, which is a poster up on here. If you can see Uteksti. Yeah, well, it's in 1984 and anyway, and then I look into how globalization sort of is bodily addressed in the 90s. Uteksti was a kind of private initiative, a group show, but it's sort of in the line with the entrepreneurial spirit of the 80s. And here, entropy is voiced by a subject that's inhabiting scenes of blackness, which is one of those pictures. This sort of in a coal mine. Yeah. Or in the work of Lars Pålgaard, which is a kind of ecstasy of free-floating signs. yeah, this is sort of the fundamentals of postmodernism, free-floating science, and so on. You can kind of see it in these images. In 1995, there was a group exhibition called Dixie, which featured the 35 artists. They wanted to be similar to Texti, again with a sort of entrepreneurial YBA twist. Sort of, yes. And the art scene in Norway at the time was very active. A lot of independent artist-run galleries around. Here, the artistic subject is more carnally or bodily involved in postmodernism. You can see one of those images. There's the 3 apes. There's Andrea Lange. She has 3 versions of herself as sort of the virus, ear, eyes, and mouth. Well, anyway, this is what I call a sort of traumatic encounter with the real. And of course, there is a very colorful surfaces that are sort of a protection against real. Anyway, this is a discussion I have about postmodernism and how this sort of symbolic order is, or this making sense of the world is dissolving. And then there is the image of these dead kids in the gallery Struts in 1995. That is sort of lying against the wall with their plastic bags over their heads. That's sort of a abject. That is a non-identity, but it's also a sort of resistance, not wanting to. I think I've gone far over 5 minutes already. Yeah, I can't really speak very much longer. I try and see. Anyway, the 2000s as well. There was a school called Strykjärna, and it's a very vibrant young scene there. And they felt excluded from the established codes of the Norwegian art world and lost belief in the Western liberal values. And they sort of also established themselves through a plethora of artist-run galleries. And like in Ivan Galusin's piece, you see a headless man sort of in free fall. He's shot through with unknown forces beyond his control. And also in Johannes Høy's huge octopus at the Kunstnerhus, the Kraken. And here we are entering the horizontal plane of networks and intertwinings described in theories of the Anthropocene in recent years. In my mind, this represents a collapse of a certain kind of liberal order after September 11. So anyway, summing up, my book is a study on how young artists is grounded in a feeling of alienation from established frameworks and codes of art, established codes of art. This I have chosen to call avant-garde. Well, of course, avant-garde is something to be discussed. Perhaps, but for many of them, there was a strong utopian element to this, a sense of a new beginning, new honesty, at least after September 11, the Occupy movement. There was some idea of honesty, sincerity that might develop against the falseness that was felt to be the core of capitalist options. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Erling. Thank you. Okay, so that's how you represent or present a book of how many pages in 7 minutes?
Yeah, 180 pages. So,
yeah. Okay, thanks. I thought since we're here today on a seminar called Organizing Artists, I would start by asking you a question about organization or organizing. And your respective texts, of course, have quite different angles on what it means to be organized as an artist, with Victoria, of course, having written a commissioned art essay commissioned by an artist organization. Yes, while Erling has written a book centered around informal organizing, one might say. So what I'm interested in hearing is what did or do artists rally around or against in your texts? And if we could start by with Victoria.
Yes. I think in my text, this boils down to maybe 4 main points. Living conditions, as shown with Aina Helgesen's survey and also Kunstneraksjonen. And then working conditions. For example, I also write about how the textile group formed within UKS. And they boycotted Høstutstillingen because they wanted to have a textile representative in the jury, and they eventually got that. And they also boycotted the yearly arts and crafts display at Maihaugen because they didn't get any paid for that, even though it was organized by the state or the Department of Foreign Affairs, is Utenriksdepartementet, I think, yeah.
Yes.
Because they were told that it's very honorable to show there. No need for money, honor is enough. And there was also a rallying against or for reform of already established artistic organs like BKS, and also focus on a wider scope of solidarity. In the 60s and 70s, UKS also had a lot of outside art engagement, like showing solidarity to freedom of speech in Soviet Union, connected, I guess, and also to environmental issues in Norway. And I read in Marit Påske's text about the 80s and 90s that this focus on international affairs was later dropped because it took up too much time and maybe caused too much divide, and the focus was, after the 60s and 70s, more to purely focus on art issues and young artists.
Exactly, great. Wow. And if I send that question on to Erling?
What they were rebelling against?
Or rallying against, perhaps, and rallying around?
Yeah, so well, maybe I should start with the 60s. They were rallying around what was going on in Europe in general in the late 60s, which was the sort of bourgeois culture and exclusivity, sort of vulgar commercialism, all kinds of stuff like that. But I think there was an anarchist beginning to all this, and they rallied around just freeing up art to the people, a sort of super democratic art in a way, which was to take out art from the hands of the sort of authority of these institutions. I guess at that point they didn't really want any institutions, more or less. But then the 70s came along, and I think that's when they start to need to have direction. They need to think pragmatically and practically about how we can, make our lives better in a way, in practical terms. So I think Kunstneraksjonen, the action of the artist in 74, was part of that 70s strategy. When the anarchism just didn't really work because there wasn't in any direction. And then the 80s, I don't know if you want the whole story, but...
Well, I could perhaps ask you one question about the continuation of that story. And would that be that, Victoria now mentioned that, so in the 70s, at UKS, you had rallying around a number of different causes. And some of them, of course, were connected directly to artists' living conditions. But that was also connected to larger global issues, like solidarity with Chile, for instance. And now Victoria said that in the 80s that seemed to be addressed as a problem, and you had a new policy directed more clearly on artists' interests. So would that match with your findings in your book when you talk about the entrepreneurial self being expressed in exhibitions like U-Texti or later Dixie in the 90s?
Well, yes, what I found is that sort of the art of the 80s sort of goes in line with neoliberalism and the start of that attitude of the individual first. I talked to one artist, he was sick and tired of sitting in meetings and everything had to be super democratic and everything took extremely a lot of time, and they just struck out and did it by themselves and didn't want to be part of that left ideology, you know. So that was well, the 80s in a way as the individual coming forward. Yeah.
Okay. So Victoria, in your essay, it's structured around 22 subheadings, and they're all in the imperative. They point to contradictory expectations to what an artist should be. So a few examples of these subheadings are: an artist should be a homekeeper, but an artist should protest. That's another subheading. And an artist should collaborate with private businesses. And an artist should show solidarity. And an artist should have a good time. And last but least, an artist should be poor. And I think the last of those is an artist should still be poor, continue to be poor. So, so how did UKS help artists with conflict management or conflicting expectations during that period, you find?
It seems to me like UKS has been blessed with very dedicated employees, and also all the artists that I've spoken to, they have, in writing my text, they have also confirmed this worldview that they could come to UKS with their problems of every sort, and that it had a great social function. And some people even came in every day, and that there was room for both talking about your artistic issues or your children or other issues more connected to the soul and your mental health. So it was room for discussing a lot of different things.
And also a place of care, basically, where you could...
For coming to UKS was a daily ritual for many and a place to find comfort.
Right. Oh. And Erling, in your book, as you said in your introduction, you talk about art as a kind of abreaction, defined as response to the to traumas inflicted by the apparatus of capitalism. So does that mean to you that art in this period serves as a way to resolve conflicts?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. I think that what you see at the end of the 60s is a sort of feeling of sorrow that something has ended. There is this safety that has ended, and that was sort of the story of Norway after the war. That there was some safety, and then you have lots of things happening. You know, Kennedy, Vietnam War, the brutality of consumer society. And you see some artists saying that, well, what I made in those years were sorrowful pictures. That was maybe even before the actual burst of 1968. So that was when things came to a head, and you have from sorrow to action, sort of like a sort of abreaction. And that, of course, released something in the artists. They wanted by that to get their energies, to get sort of focus on their kind of negative feeling and do something about the world, more or less. So that was a positive thing. And I think what happened in the 70s with the organizational initiatives and all that, and solidarity was part of a way to resolve the conflict, which was the basic sort of the capitalist sort of enemy, and it placed them squarely on the left, on the left, and that made it for them. That was a place to go forward, and that activism had resolved conflicts. But when I go further and into 2000, yes, I mean, art is a way of resolving conflict, I would say, as a kind of in the subject, because you want to sort of find a new symbolic sort of order in your meeting with the world that makes sense. And if you find other people that feels the same way, you are very happy, that is probably what they want. And at these points I've spoken about and written about, that is what happens. You have a community of people finding that community in the way they look upon the world. Sort of it's the same, it's a very tight-knit sort of way of looking on the world, and what they produce are, in that sort of sense, the same world that they produce, the same new symbolic world, in a way.
So to you then, the avant-garde art you describe in your book is, in a sense, utopian. Would you
Yes,
say?
it's sort of utopian, but it goes up and down, of course. I mean, it doesn't... these things are complicated, but
then
yeah.
I wonder if does that utopianism, does that contain an idea of how the future should be organized that you could see in these artworks, or the way these communities are informally organized?
Yes, I think so. I mean, you can see like one of these images, like this one. There you go. Here you have a sort of a rhizome, what I call a rhizome, which is it's a concept from Deleuze, and I sort of analyze it as a new. This is 2008, so it's around sort of a time of crisis, I guess, economically at least, and yeah, mentally as well. And I find, and one artist said that the towers fell. The towers fell and the networks grew.
In 2001.
That's 2001. So what was happening in Oslo at that time was sort of this new networking, which was horizontal. So you have a fall down of the sort of vertical authority, call it a liberal sort of frame of symbolic world. And then there was a utopia around organizing horizontally. You might be wondering what this has to do with that, but this is a sort of a network that we're seeing here. It's sort of a traumatic network. And it has to do with the new sort of Anthropocene horizontal plane, where nature is and culture are intertwined in new ways. You don't have that subject standing there isolated. You're sort of inside this network. So the utopia would be that, in a way, like a sort of intertwined way of life. But yeah. But it was an idea.
Also sounds a bit like a nightmare.
Yeah, I think this is a nightmare. It is a nightmare. It's a limbo. It's a sort of between symbolic orders. So it's when you go in between the night and day, where you have before you can actually speak of something new, you have nightmares.
Yeah, right. Ah. Okay, so going back to the 60s and 70s and Victoria's essay, because this has, or could be loosely connected, I think, to the democratic impulse in UKS in the 60s and 70s. So while Erling talks about rebellion against authority and rebellion against elitism, there was also in UKS several attempts of bringing art to the people, bringing art into the street concretely, into the city, and physically, and also making art available in new ways, right?
Yes, definitely. There was a great focus to show art in schools, hospitals, having it out in the workplace, and UKS also worked to get artists working with city planners in the early stages, and not just as the cherry on top at the end to put a nice artwork in the backyard. And there were several public art competitions. For example, decorating a Lokke under Arne Garborg's Plass, which was won by Arne Lindås. And also like the exhibitions in schools and showing kids' drawings were taken into UKS. And another project was Tore Seasen, who worked with the inmates of Oslo Kretsfengsel over a period of time. And then showed the works that the inmates made in UKS, like you see here. And the purpose was then to problematize the inmate situation and also the prison system. So both having the art out in the public and getting the public into the art was many of the artists and the organization's goals during the time.
And could I ask you then, it's a difficult question, but as an artist working today, what do those strategies of bringing art to the people look like to you today?
That's for me personally. Yeah. It's I'm a writer, so that's also why I chose writing books, because it feels like a easy way to, or not easy, but a way to get more people to. Writing is something that everyone does it, and everyone can do it, and also reading. So that's why I've chosen to write. And but it's just very personal for every artist, I think. I don't think every artist wants everyone to see their work either. It shouldn't be the goal.
No. Right.
Yeah.
So, Victoria, your essay ends with a note of tempered optimism, I think, in terms of organizing. So the artists of the 70s may have failed to reach their most important goals, like bringing art into society. Yet they have demonstrated that organizing is important. So why should we be optimistic about organizing today?
Yeah, I think especially the survey from Aina Helgesen marked a turning point, because then suddenly it was apparent that the struggles of every individual artist was also for many, the more systemic. And the insight that by organizing it's easier to both formulate and have demands met. That's why we should be optimistic.
Right. Okay.
Stronger together.
2 minutes. Are there causes for optimism today?
Maybe it's sort of the networks, as I said about networking. That was a new reality, and then you have to organize according to networks in a way, and they're going to be digital and global, compared to what I write about, which is very there and local and Oslo, and people know each other. A small environment. Now you have a very, very big environment. So, I mean, it's about location, it's about rootedness, it's about causes. It's about something concrete. I mean, and networks aren't really very concrete. But as one of the participants, that's a platform, Facebook, and you want to know, well, what can I do here? How do I do it? So, okay, that's a cause. Yeah.
And isn't your book also full of examples of how, people organize outside the organizations? Which is a good thing, isn't it?
Yes, that's a good thing. I think it needs to be done. I think that would be very nice to see some avant-garde art again or something. I mean, this comes out of schools mostly, I think, a shared environment at the art schools or academy. So shared spaces, yes, that is the clue. That is what you want.
That's perfect, Ali. That's an answer of other causes for optimism in terms of organization today in 2 minutes. Yes, that's brilliant. Okay, so I think we're running out of time. So end with a heart on. Yes, thank you. Okay, so thank you for both. Thank you to Erling and Victoria for presenting their texts. And thank you for listening. And happy birthday. Yeah.
Sorry? Oh, yeah, I don't think I mentioned a particular year. Yeah. I don't know.
But I I don't know the exact year, but you had grants and stipends in the 19th century, but that was one of the reasons for founding UKS, was building up of a fund for artists. So that system was not in place in the 1920s when the UKS was founded. So that's one of the things that was urgent to address for young artists at the beginning. And of course, in the 70s, that system was still not really in place. So, and it's still not in place, right? Otherwise,
yeah, there's a long. I'm tempted to give a very long answer. The different parts of funding, because it's not like funding for arts is one thing that the state gives to artists. It has like a network that goes in many directions, and is based also on rights that artists have, that artists manage their own funds that they collect from the state, and that's payment for work, like and not cultural funding. So that's also important to keep in mind. UKS has about 650 members, and that's the young artist in and mostly in Oslo, and then all of NBK has around 3,000 members. So those would be the visual artists. Yeah. Good, thank you. And it's a very nice note to end on, I think, also in this 100-year anniversary that we have given the title 100 Years of Conviviality, or samliv of artists living and working together and giving shape to this community in different ways and at different times, as we continue to do, and as we will continue to do at Kunsthall Oslo. And I thought I'd give directions. I think we've just assumed that everyone would know where that is, which is maybe not right. It's and I don't even know the exact address because it's in a new part of town. It's in this barcode building, these high rises that Dronning Eufemias gate. So it's about a 10-minute walk from here, and there's it starts at 6. There will be some cakes and celebrations and more speeches and books, of course, and maybe. I sorely regretted not making a joke about starving artists after the lackluster sandwich table earlier, and maybe this will be my chance to do it. But I can suggest getting maybe a snack on the way or something to fill up on besides birthday cake.
Let them eat cake.
Yes. Thank you, Halvor, and thanks everyone for joining us.